Hello everybody and welcome back to the hands-on.net stream. This time it's a novelty because I'm streaming both to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I'm trying to kind of follow both of the chats, so I'll try to communicate with you as good as I can. But well, if I might respond a little bit late, then I'm sorry for that. So I am glad to have you here again. Right now the idea of this stream is, well, I have to code an application. It's a social media network, and for those of you who might have followed me on Twitch, we had a series on creating a social media network using domain-driven design, and that's actually, I would say, a spin-off of what we usually do on Twitch with that domain-driven design. The idea behind is that I have to kind of do sort of a demo in a few weeks from now, a couple of weeks I guess. So right now, well, even if this project started with DDD, right now I just have to make it work. So I have to work on it, so I thought about streaming it. I may have some struggles probably, but I guess that that could be maybe a good experience for everybody. So yeah, let's get started, I guess. So first of all, I would also need to kind of find out exactly where I left off. So right now what we see is kind of a migration that we did. Yes, so let me close that one. So migrations right now doesn't really interest me, but I kind of try to find out where I left off, because I think I was working on this user repository and I have implemented this add student to class async, which adds a student to a certain class. So we need the student ID and we need the class, so that we know exactly where to add the student. And then we search for the student based on the ID. If we don't find it, then we throw an error. Right now we throw, so of course we will have to come up with some better patterns of handling inconsistent state in our application. But right now, yeah, right now we just throw a lot. And then we add the student to class, which is a method, it's a behavior on the user class. And then after we did this basically adds, so we get the class and then it adds the student to class. And this, what it actually does is it adds it to the students. Yeah, I guess that that could work. I guess that that could maybe work. But I'm not really sure about it. The class is an entity, but yeah, I guess that's on the user, and the user is yeah, on the class. The class is part of the user. Is this correct? Is this correct? Yes. So this means that if the user is my aggregate root, if in the repository I do a change on the class by adding a student to a certain class, it means that when I save the changes, these changes should be persisted in the database, because they are tracked. They are tracked by the DB context, right? When I search for the student and when I get it. So I guess that save changes here would actually be okay. I guess that it would be okay. Good. Let's go further. And the next action that we want to perform in the repository is to assign a user to a department, and basically that corresponds. If I go to the user class, I should have here a method that would, let's add friend, accept friend request. It's totally different. I don't have actually a method that adds a student to a department. Let me check on the department class. Maybe I have it there. Have a create? No. So actually what I should do in this case, so this user class should also expose a method that would assign a user to a certain department, I guess. So a department, it's been a week since I've coded last on this application, so I just also have to kind of find out where I'm at. So right now this department, this is a value object. This is according to domain driven design principles. So yeah, so this means that what it should do, I should get in a department and then set this department property on the user to the department that I actually get from as an input to that method. So I guess I'll put it right here, so it would be a public. Right now I will return void, but if I have time I just want to also add things like, I don't know, maybe returning each time an operation result. It would indicate a lot of different things about the operation, but right now I just want to, okay, and this should be edit department, and we should take here a department, but of course with no typos. So we should have a department, let's call it department simply this time, because the idea is that if we have a certain user already and we just want to change the department of the user, we can maybe this user is a teacher and it switches from one department to the other, so we just want to update this information in that case. So we just have to pass in the new department here, assign it to the property, and that's it. If the user doesn't have any department, it's exactly the same thing. So that's why I guess that having this method makes just a little bit of sense, I would say. Yeah, so let's continue like that. I'm also trying to follow the chat, guys, so if you have any questions, if you want to say something, if you have any idea about how I should do things or anything, just feel free to write. I would be more than happy to get in touch with you and to start a conversation. Okay, so add department. So right now, once again, let's keep it very simple. So what we want to do right now is simply do the following thing. We should say to department equals department, and for now actually that should do it. So let's go back to our repository, and here assign user to department async. So here I would need to find the user first. So var user equals ctx.users.first or default. Also, please let me know if the music is too loud or something like that. If the background music is, I don't know, too loud, and I just can get the volume just a little bit lower, so just let me know. So what are we doing here? We are looking for a user. It could be either a student or a teacher, because both of them would have a department. So we look for a user which ID equals the ID that we get in as an incoming parameter, and then when we have a user, add. Of course, we have to await. Sorry, yeah, of course, that should be an async method. So async and await. Okay, so it would be then user dot department. In this case, would be equal to the new department that we receive, and of course we follow domain driven design principles, so we can just assign it. So that's why we expose a method for that, and that method would be add edit department. that's how domain-driven design is supposed to work. We don't expose properties. Everything is encapsulated with private setters. If we want to do changes in the state of an object, we have to do that through methods that we expose, because in those methods we can actually take care about things that are called invariants in domain-driven design, which are basically business rules or logic or validation that needs to be done. So yeah, let's add to the user to the department. And once again, since we get here the user, that should be tracked by entity framework core. So if we change something like adding a department, and if we do save changes, wait, ctx.save changes async, then that change should be then persisted to the database, I guess. Yeah. Okay, that should be it for now for this one. Then assign user to faculty async. I guess for this one it's exactly the same thing as previously. We have a faculty property for each user, because each user would belong to a faculty. It could be a teacher or a student. They all belong to a certain faculty. And then we have name, the description of the faculty. Then we have factory methods for the faculty, and add department if we want to add a department to a faculty. Remove department. Okay. But you know, right now I guess validate, we have here a method that validates if a department belongs to a certain faculty. And actually I think that we might even should do this validation when we try to add let's go back to user. And you know that here in this where it is, this department here, I guess we can already do this type of validation, because we already have a method for that. So if we wanted to try to add a new department, then that department should be actually in the same faculty. And if the department is in a different faculty, then well, it should also change the faculty first. Or yeah, maybe we would have to expose different methods that do kind of like a similar things, maybe like having overloads. For instance, if you have edit department with only the department, then we could assume that the department should belong to the faculty. But then if you have, once again, edit department, and you also specify a faculty, that would mean that also the faculty needs to change. But in that case it would be, and also if we change the faculty of a user, then this should automatically also change the department. So yeah, I guess that it's okay. So we could have a method. I don't know, if you have different ideas, then just let me know. I'm just thinking it through, so it's nothing planned or prepared in advance. It's just the way I think right now. And here it would be edit faculty, and here we could take in a faculty or the new faculty. But this would also mean that we have to change, we would also mean that we need to change the department, because it's not possible that you change the faculty but that the department remains the same. So each time you want to add a faculty or change the faculty, you should also change the department. So yeah, let's do it like that. And in that case, so first thing that we should validate here, let's validate is if the department belongs to the faculty. And here we would just do that validation. It will return false. So if, or it will return true or false. So if not equals, so here we have this faculty And here we have to validate faculty department. So if the department that was provided is not part of this faculty, then, as say for now, we will just throw exception. The department does not belong to the mentioned faculty. So yeah, that would be the first validation that we could do. And actually we need to do exact the same validation. We need to do the exact same validation also here, because theoretically a consumer could simply just say here, okay, but here it would be the faculty. And here we should also make another check, because if we try to call this edit department but the user doesn't have a faculty, so if it is on null, and this could be, for instance, the case right at the beginning when you probably create the user, you just create it with some basic information, but the information about faculty and department would be missing, so you would have to add it. So if you try to add a department but the user doesn't have already a faculty, then you shouldn't be able to do that. So this is also another invariant that we have to take care here of, and this would be if, and in this case it would be, so if faculty, let's say if faculty is null, then throw new argument exception, and here I will say cannot add department, sign faculty first. So this is the second validation that we need to do here in this add edit department. Now here, if we want to add the faculty, we don't really need to check for null if the faculty is null or not, because we have to, however, add the faculty. So that would do it, I guess. And then so here in this add faculty, just let me know if you think that we should do some other stuff here, but right now I think that what we could do here, so if we validate the department, if it goes through this if statement, then we can simply assign add edit faculty. Yeah, then we can simply say here we could say here add edit faculty. We are here, we can say here faculty equals faculty, because we are inside of the user, so we can do that. We can set that even if it's private. So right now we add the faculty, and then the other thing that we could do is simply call faculty. Now we should add the department. And I guess that that should do it for now. So yeah, I don't know. Let's go back to the repository. So assign user to faculty async. So what do we do here? So in this case, what we need, as said, when we want to assign to faculty, we also need a department. We can't assign to a faculty without also assigning to a certain department. And of course, this would mean that we also have to change the interface, and the interface is defined in the domain layer, so in the bounded context itself, where we have these interfaces, and I use repository. What was our method? Add assign user to faculty. I guess that this was the one that we have added, and so here we need the department. So let's go back to the implementation. Yeah, right now we don't have any error anymore. Okay, so it's right now exactly the same. Var user equals await. Of course, we need to make this async also. So we would have await ctx.users the first or default async, and we're looking for user whose ID equals to the user ID that we get here. So right now, but this is also what we can do here. So if it is null, we just can throw something, because it doesn't make any sense. So if user equals null, or if user is null, it should be the same, I guess. But let's do this time with the equal. So if the user is null, then we just have to throw new argument exception, cannot find specified user. Okay, and that's exactly what we'll do here. Let's I guess we can copy paste here. It's not okay to do this generally, but right now it's exactly the same if. Of course, there will be a different discussion, because if we have code duplication like that, we should maybe try to extract it somewhere, maybe in some validators. But as said, right now my main goal is to bring this application to work. So yeah, I won't be too concerned about how we should refactor. So yeah, let's go just a little step further. So we have the user. So right after we get the user, we can then say user, and here on this user we have added faculty, and then we can specify here the faculty and the department. Of course, I have some typos. Department, yeah. That should do it. No, it shouldn't. Department. What is the problem? Added faculty. Of course, I forgot the comma. Oh my god. How can I do that? So right now it's exactly the same idea. Right when we got the user, DB context entity framework core, it tracks it. So when we assign it to a faculty, these changes or this entity will be marked as updated. So I guess that when we do await, sorry, but the await is not with underscore. So await ctx dot save changes async, then it should actually persist the changes to the database, I guess. So yeah, for now that should do it. Let's just give a little space here. Okay, then we have this idea of creating a user. We have to create a user, and to create a user, let's go back to the user entity. We expose a factory method actually, and in this factory method we take in a lot of parameters. That's another thing that should be probably optimized in this application at a certain point, because this factory method, it takes really too many parameters. So we should try to refactor things somehow, but once again, I just want to make it working. So actually that would mean that in order to create a user, what we'll need to do is basically we'll need in the repository to get all this information here. Even though, if I think better, so the consumer, let's say we have a request that comes in, yeah, and we want to create a user. Maybe somebody just clicks on create user, it specifies some information in the web browser, and it then clicks a button to create a user. So what the flow would actually be, that is, we will probably have some command and command handler, and in the command handler we would actually be responsible to create a user and to provide all the information that the user needs, because this is domain knowledge. This is something that needs to be known or generated by the domain itself. So I would say that in this case, in the repository, the command handler will create a user, and it will just provide a user to the repository, and the repository will just need to create it. So in that case, that's actually very simple, but still needs to be async.
So it's async, and here it will be await. But first we have to add this user to the context. And here, I guess you probably know, but when we say add, that actually doesn't connect us to the database. It doesn't imply connecting to the database at all. It just adds this entity to the context, and it's being tracked by the context for further changes or updates. And when we actually contact the database, so when the connection to the database and the persistence is actually achieved, is when we call save changes. And of course we call save changes asynchronously, so that would be it. But then we would have to return the user, I guess. Yeah, and if the user was created, let's see, what does this return? Task of int. Save changes to the context in the database. This method will automatically call. Okay, detect changes, discover any changes. Disable Microsoft. Okay, I just want to understand what that int actually returns. The task that represents the asynchronous save operation. The task result contains the number of state entities within to the database. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but then we can just simply return the user if it's. That's because this is how we define it in the interface. But I guess this is something that might change just a little bit later. I mean, I'm not sure that we really need to return the user here, because if the command handler creates the user as an object in our program, we have it in memory. It just uses the repository and says, hey repository, please save me this user. So the command handler already has the user. So the only thing that we would need to do is just to find a way to give the information to the caller that the entity was saved successfully, or that it wasn't saved actually. So we'll definitely need to implement something like, I don't know, a class, like a generic class like operation result, and each method in this repository should return this actually this operation result of t that would contain the status of the operation and things like that. Good, and then we have here two other methods that we have defined in the interface, which would be update friend requests async and update friends async. And this is when I hate me that I didn't write comments because I'm not sure exactly what. So update friend request. So update friend request would actually mean that I'm the user right now, and I'm having a friend request from somebody else. So this would mean, I guess, that update friend request async would mean that I would need to accept the friend request or reject the friend request, and the update friends async would be maybe to remove or to add somebody here, I guess. So update friends async. I guess we should rename this method. It's not okay to have it named called update friends. I would call it, because this would essentially be add or remove friends async. Let's go also to this. So it would be add remove friends async, because once again this would actually mean that we just have to add a friend to our friend list and to remove the friend. And here with update friend requests async, I would say the target user would be the user that sent me, or I am the target user from that friend request, because so here's the from, it's a 2, and it's the, let's go back to the user, because here we have some methods, and I guess this is where we'll have to also change our repository definition a little bit, or the contract. and here I would have first of all add friend. So this add friend would actually create a friend request, and it would specify here should be from and to. So if I am this user, let's imagine that this class here right now is actually me as a user. So if I click on add friend to somebody, then I would be the from, so I am generating the friend request, and the target user would be the one that receives the request. So that's why we basically update this the pending friend requests list in the target user, because the target user will from now on have a new friend request that it has to process it. And then we have accept friend request, which would be okay, from which user I should accept the friend request. So then I'm looking for a friend request in my friend request list, and I simply add the user and remove it as a friend request. But I also have here the reject one. So how do we do this in our repository in that case? How should we do that in our repository? How should we do that in our repository? Yeah, that's a good question, I guess. That's a good question, I guess. So let's just think about it. So we have here once the add or remove friend async. Well, that's clear, because we just want to remove a friend. And here it shouldn't be added friend, but it should be called let's call it friend to add remove. Let's go also in the interface definition. Let's just copy this. Oh, but I don't want to copy everything there. To add I guess that should be it. Okay, let's go back to the repository. Good, so where are we right now? We are still thinking about this update friend request async. So this friend request could actually mean that I can accept the friend request, or I can deny it. And based on that, I would have to perform different actions. Yeah, the target user is, yeah, it's basically me. So I guess yeah, but I think that we should also, I think we need here we need here something, and I guess we can use an enum here. I think we can use an enum. Let's add a new folder here and let's call it enums. So this is only something that consists that affects our persistence layer. It's what I would call a persistence model. So let's add it. Let's call it friend request action type, and it would be public enum. Then here we would have two options. We would have here the first one would be add or accept, and the second one would be reject. So this is why in Yeah, but then that's not that easy, because here that's something that that should come from the domain, because the domain should know exactly how to perform this type of thing. So add remove friend async. So we really need to. So we'll actually delete this from the DAL right now. Actually, we don't need it in the DAL. That's something that I guess we should create in the domain model. But here this actually doesn't belong to the aggregate root itself. So I wouldn't necessarily add it to the user aggregate. I would maybe, I don't know, create a different folder called enums, because it's not something that really belongs to the. It doesn't really belongs to the user aggregate. Yeah, let's this doesn't belong to any aggregate actually. So let's have a new folder here, and let's name it enums. Now there is one thing, but I think it's in the wrong place. Let's delete it. We usually for the extensions, or when we needed the enumerations in our aggregate roots, there for that we have custom enumeration classes. And well, if you want to understand why exactly we need them, there is also a video on YouTube. I also talked about that during my last streams, so you can find the information there. But the main idea is that we are using a custom enumeration. But right now this is actually not part of the domain itself, I would say. So I would use in this case a regular enum. I would use a regular enum because it's actually a helper type, more or less. So friend request action, and this would be public enum friend request action, and once again possible action would be accept and reject. So that's basically it. And in this case we can go to the interface and see here that for add remove friends async we can just provide here friend request action. Then we should go to our repository. Where is our repository? Here is our repository, and of course here we'll need this friend request action. Of course we need to also import this this folder, and let's call it action. And actually what we can do here, here we have the so add remove friends async. So this is the user that needs to be added. This is the user that but right now I guess I see a different problem. I totally see a different problem right now. I think it's a far worse one. So if we go back to our aggregate, our user aggregate, we have this user which is the aggregate root, but then we have a list of user which is friends, which is of course exposed as an IEnumerable. So the problem is here that we don't really, in this form, there is actually no way that we could really represent this in the database, because it's actually recursive. So that's actually bad. That's actually bad. But so the idea in domain driven design is that when we design our domain, we shouldn't really think or care actually about how the data should be implemented, which means that the implementation is something that should be, well, it's the DAL layer that should decide or see how it can persist that data in a form that of course can also be reconstructed when that specific data is needed. So in this case, okay, in my user aggregate, I would have a list of users that represent my friends. So that's actually nothing bad, I would say. That's nothing bad from the domain perspective. So we need to come up with something or some way to kind of handle this type of thing in our DAL layer, or in our data access layer. So yeah, let's see how we can do that. So yeah, once again, I would say that we can keep here the list of users and the list of colleagues, and we should handle in the DAL layer how we actually want to achieve that. So the way that I would think is to simply create a new table which is called relationships, which would contain what should contain, because this is not something that you can really that you can actually trigger a direction, or because yeah, that could be actually modeled as a graph database better, but I don't really have time right now to play around with graphs, because the idea is that there is a relationship, but when you add a friend or when somebody adds you as a friend and you accept, well, what happens is that you actually create a mutual relationship. So it's from A to B, but it's also from B to A. But in this case, for each friendship, what if we just store that twice? One with a from user A and then a to user B, and the second one is from user B to user A. And each time that we want to store a friendship in the database, we kind of save like this tuple, these two records for each friendship. And this actually could also imply kind of like a little bit the idea of direction. So yeah, let's maybe do that, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe do you have any ideas? So thank you for watching. Of course, that's very important to me to see that there are people that are currently watching me. That's very nice to see. So but I guess I'll just have to give it a little bit more thought. I just need to give it a little bit more thought about that. So how would this translate to my repository? Let's go back. So update friend request async, this would be easy. So this would mean that I have a friend request, and by the way, it's not here that I need to specify the action. Add remove friend, it's clear, so I would have to update the repository, also the definition. So it's not here that I really need to do that, but it's here with update friend request async, because but no, it's not that, because this updates a friend request async. Yeah, of course, and then I have to specify what action should I do. Should I accept the friend request or should I reject the friend request? So yeah, that's exactly what we'll need. So in this update friend request async, this is what we will need, and this in add remove friends async, then but here is a friend request action, and similarly we would need an add remove friend action. We need an action for the friend request type. If I have a friend request, it's pending, So I want to update it. That means that I have to provide what I want to do with it. Should I accept it or shouldn't I accept it? So this is a friend request action. But then if I just want to add or remove a user, I just have to specify a friend list action. Let's go back to the domain, and here let's add this class, because this is an action on the friend list. So it would be public. It would be public enum, of course. And here I could simply have add, and I can have remove. So this means that in the contract for the interface in add remove friend, I would have here a friend list action. And of course I have to implement this also in the repository, and that would be a friend list action. Okay, so now I guess I'm one step further, which is okay, I guess. So right now back to our initial idea. So when a friend request comes in, and if I want to accept it, if I want to accept the friend request, that would actually mean let me just take a look at the friend request itself. I don't recall exactly. Yeah, so it's actually a value object. So I will have to look in the database for a friend request that has this this exact value, and thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy it. Though, as I said, it's not something that I've prepared. It's something that I'm really coding on a project that I have to get it done. And basically, well, I hit a lot of roadblocks, so I have to think through the idea. Yeah, let's go back to what we actually wanted to do here. So yeah, we have this friend request, so we can find it in the database. And then we have the target user, which is the user that actually has to take the action. And then we have this action here. And then of course we can have here a switch statement. And if the action is accept, then we will update and would add that friend request as a friend to the target user. But we'd also have to do the the reverse, basically. And when we add remove friends, we will do exactly the same thing there. But this type of relationships, that's not something that I have in my domain. In my domain, I just want to have a list of users which represents my friends. So that's why I would have to handle this using persistence models. So what are persistence models? They are models that we use in the persistence layer, so in the dull layer, to, let's say, to make it possible to persist the data in a form that it could be easily aggregated. So I guess that's exactly what we're gonna do right now. So let's just one second. Yeah, let's I have to drink a little bit. Okay, so this means that where are we here? This is the dull layer. So in the dull layer, I guess we will create a new folder, and let's call it models. Since this folder models is in the dull layer, it's clear that it is about persistence models. So here we would add a new class, and here how should we represent this? Because maybe we will have in the social network some different type of relationships, and in a certain point, I don't know, maybe we could have different type of relationships. Right now I can't really imagine what type, but let's keep this in mind. So let's call this simply relationship. And right now for me, so it would be a public and right now for me in the dull layer, I could simply use the ID, so it would have a public int ID. Then it would have once again a public GUID from, which would represent the from part in the relationship, and then we'll have a public GUID to get set. And for now, I guess that's the only things that I'll add here. And once again, it's important to note here that when I accept a friend request, then it would be, I would essentially have to store two different things in the database. One, a relationship from me to him, and a relationship from him to me. So exactly the other way around. And when we delete a friend from our friend list, then we would have to delete both of those parts of the relationship. And yeah, that's actually, I guess, what we need so far. But then I would have to update here the DB. Where is the DB context? Social DB context. So I would have here a public DB set of relationship, and it would be called relationships. Of course, I would have to import this folder. What? That should do it. Once again, I'm in the social DB context, which should be right, I guess. So yeah, that should be right. Okay. So right now that I have this, what I need to do is let's add the migration. Let me change here. I need to be here in this dull where I have my DB context, and add migration, add relationship table, because that is what my migration should essentially do. Let's hope that it builds correctly. Let's hope that it builds. Yeah. Okay. Let's have an overview. What would this migration do? It would actually create a new table, relationships, with the schema social, which is okay, I guess. And it would have the ID, it would have the from, and it would have the to. That's exactly what we actually need. So that should be okay. Let's go with update database, and that should also update the database. Hopefully everything would work fine. Just let us check. We have the SQL Server Object Explorer. My database is right now a local database in Visual Studio, so it's nothing fancy. It's not something in Azure. It's just a local database. And yeah, we have these table relationships right now. We have the ID as a primary key, from and to, which is a unique identifier, which is okay. It shouldn't be null. That's great. And of course, there's only one constraint that we have the primary key. So yeah, that's actually what we need. Let's close the migration right now. We don't need that anymore. So if we go back right now to the user repository, let's go with this update friend request async. So what it would happen right now, or what should we do here? Let's make it async. And of course, we would have to make sure we await things here. But first of all, what we need to do is, but right now there is in the friend request, in the friend request we have a from and we have a to, which means that the user that actually accepts it is the to user. So why, if we already have it in this friend request, in the friend request we just have the ID of the user. Yeah, but in that case actually we can simplify that. We don't need a target user, so we don't need this as an input. Let's go back to the definition. We don't actually need this target user because we have its ID already in the friend request. So yeah, that's actually a good thing. So right now the first thing what we would need to do is go in the database and look for this friend request. Now the friend request itself, let's go back to the user. It's actually only a list. Let's actually better look in the table in SQL. So we have here the friend request, which has an ID and which has a foreign key on the user. Yeah, because this is how this is how we know to which user the friend request actually belongs, is based on this foreign key. So that is actually not very wrong, but this would also mean, but the friend request itself is a value object, or it's a value object, so we should be able just to find it. But how to access it? Because that's a value object, it's attached to the user, and it's attached to the user actually based on this list of friend requests. That's actually the only, that's actually the navigation. So I guess we still need the user, because that's how we actually can access the friend request. So we cannot access the friend request directly. That's the whole idea of having aggregate routes. So yeah, what we need here is actually, but we actually need just the user ID. Or should we need the entire user? That would actually mean that would have to make two different calls to the database once to get the users. Yeah, but I guess here now let's take GYD target user, and theoretically let's go also to this database. Let's make it GYD target user, but the comma is of course not after GYD. So right now it should be fine again. So in this case the first thing that we would need to do is to get the user, var user equals wait context dot users dot would be first or default async, and we are looking for the user whose ID equals to the target user. Okay, but let's, to be more clear, let's name it target user ID, and also here target user ID. Okay, and yeah, let's go back to the repository. So it would be of course the target user ID. Here we have updated the name. Okay, so right now we have the user. Once we have the user, I guess what we will need to do I guess we need to specifically include in this case. But no, because yeah, this would get only the user and the include. Should be, I don't know, using system dot link. The include should be there, as far as I recall. No. But maybe I need to specify it before. Yeah, include. Yeah, so we have this include because we want to include the list of friend requests. So we have the user, and we want to include user dot. We want here to include the pending friend requests. Okay, but what is the problem here? What is the problem? Definition to get a waiter. Why doesn't it contain? Because it's an IEnumerable, but that should actually map to backing fields. That should actually map to the backing field here, friend request. That should actually go there, so it should not point to this IEnumerable. Okay, and here we don't have access to the private field. We can't say here pending because it's private. We don't want to. So I'm not sure if that would be included by default, but I guess we don't include it right now, and let's see when we come to really test this at a certain point how that would work. Let's just search for the user right now. So it would be user dot we search for a user whose ID equals to target user ID. Okay, but what is the problem here? Because it's the same name, of course. Let's rename it. Let's call it just U. So U, it should be like that. So here the first thing that we can do, if user equals null, then we just throw for now, throw new increment exception. User not found. But if we find the user, then actually theoretically that's the part where I'm not sure if it will include also the list of friend requests or not, but I would assume that it should actually do that. But let's see. So first, then we would have on the user, we would have, let's say, a var found request. And it would be user, and that would be pending friend requests first or default here in this case, and we will look for the friend request, but not friend request. So we want to have here fr, where fr equals friend request. That's a value object, so equality basically is checked based on the properties. And right now, if we don't find this friend request, we can say here once again we can throw. So if found request equals null, in that case throw new argument exception. And here we say friend request not found. Okay, and right now, after we have gone through these steps, we actually know that let's think a little bit. We know that, okay, we have the target user, we have the friend request, and here we have also the action. So this means let me actually do this like that so that it fits in the screen. So in this case we could right now write a switch statement and switch. Here in this case I would like to have action, and then okay, that's actually neat. Visual Studio just implemented for me this thing here. So if the friend request, if it is accept, so if I want to accept the friend request, then what I would have to do is once again create, actually I said 2 relationships, I guess. I would have to create two relationships, I guess. And here in these relationships it would be here it would be, so if I want to accept, what should I do then? What should I actually do then? So if I want to accept, I basically have to create 2 relationships, and then one from this user ID to this user that to this user ID to the from field in this friend request, and then from the from field in this friend request to this user ID that we have here. And then of course we need to save these changes to the database, because that would actually represent a friendship. And that's actually everything that we need to do. So yeah, let's do it like that. So it's so we have in this case var relationship 1 equals new relationship, and let's maybe use the object initializer here. And well, we don't need to specify the ID because Entity Framework Core here will take care of that, and it would be from target user ID. So this is the user who accepts the friend request. Then sorry, it should be comma, not semicolon. Then it would be in the to field, it would be the user that is in the from field from found request from, and that's actually okay. But here relationship 1, and similarly we would have here var relationship 2 equals new relationship. Let's also use a object initializer here, and in this case it would be exactly the other way around. It would be a from it would be right now found request from, and but once again it's comma, not semicolon. And here in 2 it would be in this case the target user ID. And when we have, of course, once again not comma. And once we have these relationships, we actually just need to add them to the database. So first it would be context dot add. Let's create an array. Var relationships equals new relationship array, and we have here rel1 rel2. So that's what we have in this relationships array. And then we can say context relationships dot add range, and here we can specify an entire range of objects to add. And here we would have these relationships. So that would be it. And then we would have to save the changes. Okay. And of course we would have to await this because it's an asynchronous operation. I have also to type it correctly, of course. And oh, sorry, I guess I'm a little bit tired. It's not async, it's await. We want to await it. So right now it should just do it. And then if the friend request action is reject, then what we actually need to do is to just actually delete this this friend request. Yeah, and that's actually easy to achieve in this case, because what we already have this. Yeah, that's actually easy, because in this case we have the user, or how did we call this variable? Yeah, it's user. So we have the user, and we have the pending friend requests. But no, we have reject. I guess we have reject friend request. And what do we need to provide here? We need to provide the user from. Okay, so we need to provide the user from which this this friend request starts. So, but we have this in found request.from. Found request.from. What is not okay? And we have to specify, or we need the entire user. Oh, I guess we have to rethink this a little bit. I guess we need to rethink this. So let's go back here in user. So in user we have this accept friend request, which actually adds a friend to from, and then a pending friend request remove. Okay, but here there are some other things that we might need to take into consideration, because each time that in the domain here we add a new friend to this list, we should actually also make the change basically in our DAL layer. So that should fire basically an event, and somebody should listen to that event, and when that event happens, so when a new friend is added, then the repository or the DAL layer should be notified so that it would update the relationships table. But I guess that's something that we will take care just a little bit later. So that actually happens when we remove something here. But accept friend request. We also remove here this friend request, which let me go to the repository just a little bit, and so we add. So once we get this user, so that is the current user, and then for this user I accept. Yeah, you know, here what we need to do here is, before we save these changes, another thing that we would have to do is on user call accept friend request, so that all our accept friend request. And what do we need here to specify? We need to specify the user from. That's not optimal, because here we actually just have the GUID of the user from. Yeah, that's a little bit tricky. You know, we can get also the user from. Yeah, but it's not optimal, so surely I will have to rethink this entire part. So user from equals context dot users dot first or default async first or so it would be first or default async, and in this case I want to search for a user, but not you, user whose ID equals to the found request dot from. And of course I can throw here also if that's not the case. Of course, we have to change it here to user from, I guess, and here user unfound, we can leave it like that for now. But I guess that's just a little small change, because right now what we have to do is we should make this check right after we get this. So it should be something like that, I guess. And let's group them together so we can see that those two belong together and those two belong together. Okay, so right now we have we also have the user from, so which means that here we can say user accept friend request async, and here we can just say okay, user from. But what is the problem? Didn't I await it? Yeah, of course I didn't await it. That's bad. Okay, so wait, and then but not found request. It's here user from. Okay, but that's not the place where I want to. Sorry, it's user from. Here user reject friend request. What do I have to specify the user from? I guess we can change that back. I guess we can change that back. Sorry. Sorry. Let's see. So of course here we need to await first of all, and then here it is this user from. When we want to accept request, accept friend request, we will need to specify the user from which it comes. So here we will need the user from, so that would be okay. And then if we do that, that would actually also delete the pending friend request. So when we save the changes, then that pending friend request will also be deleted. So or theoretically it should happen like that. So if we then reject a friend request, here we also need the user from. Sorry for the noise here. Okay, so we have here this friend request. Basically, I think I might just need to take a short break, but I'll be back soon. So yeah, please bear with me. I'll just be away for a few minutes, but then I'll continue because I still have a lot of work to do here. So let's catch up just a little bit later, 5 or 10 minutes.
Hello everybody, I am back. Sorry that it took just a little bit longer than expected. Yeah, that kind of things might just happen. Let me before we go on with this, just give me please a second. I just want to also send out a quick tweet about the fact that that I am online right now. Maybe other people would like to join here. Sorry. So yeah, let's go to. So in the meantime, what are you doing? Few more seconds and we'll be good to go once again. So right now let's here. Okay, I guess that that would be it. Let me check the chat. Did anyone of you write something? No, nothing new here. Let's then continue. Let me check if everything is alright. Yeah, it should be alright. Okay, so where did we stop? So we were here just in this friend request action dot reject, and what do we actually want to do there? So yeah, so first of all we want to reject the friend request. This is a method that we have on the friend request on the user class, and it would basically essentially accept a friend request and also remove it from remove the friend request from the friend request list, because it is handled. And we'll definitely need to hook up some different events here that we can trigger when we do certain type of actions. But right now let's just do. So we have here the reject friend request, and here we need to specify the user. Once again, just let me go back. The user from, so the user from which this friend request comes, and that would be also this user from. So that's exactly what we need to pass in here. User from. And as we saw basically in this reject friend request method, that would actually also remove the friend request from the list. So the user is already tracked by Entity Framework Core. So right now, if we just save this change, then it should also delete the correspondent friend request. So we can just here await context.save changes async. And here for the default, so if we, well, add range user accept friend requests user from, that's okay, and save changes. Yeah, I guess that should be it. And then this default, let's maybe just throw something. Throw your argument, because this is actually an inconsistent state if you don't hit neither of these possible values. And we should add something here. Let's say action was not found. And if we throw, of course we don't need this break anymore. So right now it should be okay. Of course, we'll see once we also get to implement the front-end part, how things work here. But then, once again, while we have this try add remove friend async. So this is hello. Thanks for joining and thanks for watching. If you want, if you have questions or actually anytime that you want to say something, or maybe you have an idea on things that I want to do, then just please feel free to use the chat, and let's get the discussion started. So yeah, I would be very happy if you would write there. So let's just continue here. Okay. So right now we have this add remove friend async, and just let's check this user. So in this user we have accept friend request, which would basically delete the friend request, and here it would be accept friend request, but we don't have here a method for rejecting a friend request. We have add student, edit department, add edit faculty, add friend. This is basically when we are sending a friend request, accept friend request. So this is when we are accepting a friend request. And here we have reject friend request. So this is basically when we just remove the remove the friend request, but we actually don't have here methods for actually removing a friend. And right now I'm thinking, I'm not sure if we actually need this. So actually adding a friend is not something that you can simply edit. So you have to go through the friend request process. So it would go through this one. So this means that what we would need here is only a remove friend async method, because adding is done through the friend request. So just removing it, it would be from here. So yeah, in that case, what we can do here is simply go to the definition, and here we can just rename it to remove friend request, and here we need this user to update. Then we have the friend to add or remove, and the action that we actually want to perform. So yeah, that should be it. Okay, so right now we already have the user that we want to update, and then so we already have it here. But then again, I think about like we do here. Do I want only the GUID of the user and I should get it, or I think for the data access layer, I guess that I just need the GUID actually. That would work. Or let's think about how this would flow in a certain application. So by the time we want to remove a friend, the user object would definitely already be in memory somewhere. So that wouldn't actually be a very big problem but that would actually apply here. But here we just wanted to get a lot of different users. And this is also, let's keep it like that right now. Okay, so what we want to do if we want to remove a friend. So that would mean actually, so we already have the user, we already know the user that we want to add or remove, but actually in this case we don't even need this. We don't actually even need this. We don't actually even need this.
So let's go here, because that would be only removing the friend, and then we don't need this enum. We don't need this enum anymore. Let's delete it. Let's just delete it. Okay, so we deleted it. Now let's go back to this user repository. Of course, we need also to return something here. Also, that's why we have this red squiggly line. So in this case, what we could do, so the first thing that we can do here is, of course, since we already have this user to update in memory, and probably the application would count on the fact that we really do the update. The first thing that we would do here is the user to update dot, and here actually we don't have a remove friend. We don't have a remove friend. So let's go to the user and here after add friend, public void remove friend, and here what do we need to do? We have here a list of user, so we get the user here, friends to remove. So in this case, what we would actually do is simply go to the be friends, and here in this friends it would be remove, and I want to remove this friend. Sorry, I have to also type it correctly. Friend to update. Or it's friend to update. Friend to remove. Sorry. So we remove it from the friends. So that would take care of the part that we need to remove it from this user object. So this would basically remove and keep my object actually in a consistent state, and then what we would have to do here is, of course, friends remove, and actually that's actually all that we would have to do here. We just need to remove this friend from the list right now, I guess. So if we go back to this user repository, it would be user to update remove friend, and then we pass in the friend that needs to be removed. So this is what we do so that we keep our domain model or domain object in a consistent state. And then what we would have to do in the repository, we would have to take here and delete the relationships from this friend. Yeah, so in this case, I guess that would be easy to do, because we would have to first of all find var relationship 1. It would be equals context relationships first or default first, sorry, or default async, and here we want to get the user or we want to get the relationship that would have relationship. We search for the relationship where the from equals user to update .gyd or id, sorry. So this is the first condition, and then the second condition, in this case, let's add it, or let's do it like that on a different line. So, and the second condition that needs to be true to find the exact relationship is that relationship 2 should be equals. What is actually wrong here? Okay, it should be equal to actually the friend to add remove dot id. So once again, the first relationship that we need to find is the relationship where from is equal to the user that wants to update the ID, and then the second condition is that the 2 should be the friend that we would need to add or remove, and then we would have also we have to await here, of course. Okay. Why? Because of course we have to make it async. So why don't you say that? We need to make it async, of course. And then we need a second relationship, and here it would be rel2 wait ctx relationships, and here first or default async. And in this case we would need the exact other way around. So in this case would be the relationship from, but it would be in this case the friend to add remove.id. And then the relationship 2 would be equal in this case to the user to update dot 2. What is the problem here? Does not contain a definition of 2. Oh, it's ID, sorry, it's the ID. Of course it's the ID. And then we can also build up var relationships will be equals new relationship array, and here would be rel1 and relationship 2. And then we can say here context dot remove range, but let's also go on relationships dot remove range, and we just pass in the array. And then we have await context dot save changes async. And right now, I guess it should be fine. So now we also have this remove friend async. So right now, with this means that for now, the repository that we have until now is actually implemented. How are you following up? Is everything okay? Well, what do you think about then maybe go a little just a little bit slower through everything, or what do you think? Do you find it useful to watch this stream? I said it's basically just a project that I work on. I don't I'm not prepared. I haven't prepared anything. It's just work that I have to do. And I thought that it might be also useful to stream it. People might just find it useful, I don't know. Hopefully at least. Okay, so right now, what do we have, or what can we do next? I guess that there is, so if we want to go over and in somehow implement this idea of, so the idea is that, let me go assign user to department, assign user to faculty async, create user async, and that it really gets the user, update friend request, remove friend request. I mean, we surely need a way to get the user from the database, or to get a specific user from the database. So I guess we just have to add this to
to our, so it would be a task of user, and here of course I have to type it correctly. Task of user, how should we call that? Get user. So we have a create user method that we can, so we can create users, but then we have here get user. We have here get user by, let's call it by ID right now. Of course, and we need to specify the GUID of the user. And why I think that this method is actually very important is because we actually need here to take care about creating the friends for the specific user when we get it from the database. So let's make it public, async task of user, and it would be get user by ID async, and here of course you will need the GUID, user ID. So that would be first of all it would be user dot context. It would be var user equals wait context dot users dot first or default async, and here we specify that the user ID should be equal to the user ID that we get here. So if it's null, but I don't want the full implementation, only for just one line of code. So if user equals null, so in that case we'll just throw for now, throw new argument exception, and here user not found. But if the user is found, basically that would actually get us the entire user. But right now I think, and yeah, that these are the downsides of of DDD, I guess. Because how are we able to get the user, or at least due to so it's because Entity Framework Core that we actually created a constructor that doesn't take anything. So this means that actually what will happen is that it will create a new user, but it will always have this new GUID, which is, so it's actually right now I realize that it's well, this entire concept of domain-driven design, well, it's a little bit problematic when it comes to implement a data access layer, because right now we will have problems basically fetching these users. I'm curious, but unless we will get to test this, I guess we don't really know, or I don't really know exactly how this would behave. So if we get the user here, that's the idea. So if we get it, I guess that well, most properties of the user will be populated based on what other information we have in the table, like username, password, user type, name, faculty, department, class. So everything is basically related to this user. So it should be, we should be able to get this. We should be able to get all these things. However, there is one problem with these lists, with the colleagues and the friends, because we need to specify, because we need to get them separately from the database, and try or find a way to assign, because we can't really get the relationships, so the friends, from the database directly, because we have that in a different table
called relationships. So this is why we'll have to get them separately, and we'll need a way to actually provide this list of friends after the object itself is created. So that is an important part. And here we have these fields which are private and are basically binding to these fields, I guess. The friend requests, I think it's easy because the friend request is a table that's related to the entire aggregate. But when we work with user, we cannot self-reference a user because it would just add foreign keys to the table itself. So that wouldn't really help at all. So in this case, we would need a way here to kind of assign this list of I don't know, colleagues and friends after the user is created itself. So I guess we have to expose this type of behavior. Here in this factory method, if we want to I'm thinking about a pattern right now. Because maybe this list, for instance, the list of friends and the list of friend requests should basically remain there, but the list of friends should maybe not be part of this list of friends should not be part, actually, I guess, from this one. So it shouldn't be a part of the factory, I guess. Because no consumer will be able to provide the list of friends before the user is created. Except if we maybe expose a method in the repository. So I think about creating a method here in this repository, which would be something like get user friends, and you provide a GUID, and then basically you return all the friends of that specific user. And then you can maybe do for each, and then for each of the friends, you should just query for the user behind it. So from performance perspective, that would be really bad. But on the other hand, I just need to get this done. And in that case, that method could also be called by consumers. So let's see that, I don't know, maybe somebody wants to create a user, maybe a handler, whatever. So it creates the user with the basic information, but then it could actually say, okay, now to this user, please get me the friends, and please get me the colleagues of that user. And then it would construct a full user object basically in different steps. And that could also be actually very good because it would correspond in the UI to, I don't know, when you edit different parts of a certain user. You don't edit, or you don't do changes on the entire user one at a time. You basically go with one by one. So yeah, let's try to see how that would work. So I would add here maybe a task, and this task would return in the end a list of user, and this would be called get user colleagues. And then what we need to specify here is either the ID of the user or the user itself. It's exactly the same question that we had actually before. So I guess only the ID would be QID, ID, or the user ID. So it would be that for this user, please give me a list of user that represents the colleagues. The colleagues would be, for a student, it would be all other students belonging to the same class, and for a teacher, it would be all other users
that are teachers or staff members, I guess. So let's and also async. Let's give it the async, because we'll have to do a lot of database calls in this one. And then we would have another task of list of user, and that would be get user friends async. So get me all the friends of the specified user. So it would be GUID user ID. Okay. So of course we would have to implement this these interfaces here in this base repository. Sorry, it's not a base repository, in the user repository. Let's just implement the interface, and it's just added here. Okay, so let's kind of try to implement these methods first, because I guess we'll use one or the other here in this one, get user by ID async. Probably we'll even use both, I guess. So yeah, here let me do that. So get user colleagues. So we need to get the colleagues. First of all, of course, we need to get the user. So var user equals await. Of course, we need to make this async, of course. Async and await. Okay, what would we have here? It would we would have context dot users dot first or default async. And here I would need to go for a user whose ID equals to the user ID that we got here. Of course, here I can throw. So if user equals null, throw new argument exception, and user not found. Okay, and then if we have a user, then the next thing that we would need to do here is get user colleagues. As I said, first of all, if the user is here, we need to here the user has a property which is called user type, which is as said previously, this is our custom enumeration class, and we have users that could be either student, teacher, or staff. So what we would have to do here is simply get the colleagues in that case. So what we would do here is, I guess that would also be sorry, let's go back to the repository. That would also be a switch statement. So switch in this case, let's see. Switch. So if user type, this is what we want to do the switch on, and here we have case. So the first case is user type but the user type should be somewhere. I don't want to generate. Oh, of course, I mistyped it. So case user type. So let's take the first case. If it is student. So in that case, let me add the break so that that we don't have any red squiggly line. Okay. So case user type, I guess that's how we do the equality here. I guess it might be easier to do it an if here. Let's try it with an if and else if. Else if sorry, if for the first time. So if user dot type equals user type dot student. So if the user is student, then there are some things that we need to do. So what we need to do right now is to find actually all the other users that have the same class ID with the current student, and
actually here we would have to make another validation here, because if the student doesn't have a class, then we should throw an error, of course. If user.class equals, so that can be null. In that case, what I want to do is just throw new argument exception, and here I'll have the specified user doesn't have a class. The specified user doesn't have a class. Okay, and if that's not the case, so if we go through this this if, then it means that the user has a class, and actually what we would need to do is have our colleagues, and that would be equal to await context dot users dot here actually we need to list async, but actually I guess I can do it like that. User where, and here in this where I say that I want user that class would be equal to user.class. So actually what I want here, and then that would be to list async. Yeah, so actually what I want to do here is on this users list I want only the users that have the same class as the class of the user that I'm currently investigating. That would probably include also the current user, so this user that we found previously. So what we would have to do, this would return a list, of course. So what we would have to maybe do here is also to make let's say the user itself not appear in this list. We would simply say here colleagues dot remove, and we just remove this user right now, and then we can simply return colleagues. Okay, now else if, so if else if then here it would be user type equals let's start with the user type dot what is, let's say teacher, and here in this case I guess that it would actually be easier to retrieve the colleagues, because in this case we can simply say that var colleagues equals equal, or no, sorry, equal, because we want to assign here, and it's await context dot users dot find users, let's make it to where, and here in this where we want to add a condition that the user dot user type should be equal to user type the class user type dot teacher. Okay, let's get this where on a second line, and let's also add it to a list. Okay, and there is a second condition that we want to put here, I guess. So first one is that the user type is of type teacher, but we can assume that also or, it's not an and but it's or, u dot user type equals user type dot staff. Now the idea is that what we will get here in the end is a list that contains
all teachers actually and all staff members. So right now what we can do here is once again just remove the current user from it, because we don't want that the user itself would appear in this type of list. So it would be colleagues.remove. We remove the user in this case, and we then just return colleagues. And if we don't get to execute any of this stuff here, then it means that well, we have an error. So if we get here, then we just throw a new argument exception. Couldn't get colleagues. Let's see here, removes the first occurrence of a specific object from the returns true if the item is successfully removed, otherwise false. Okay. So if it is not found, then it returns false. So it wouldn't throw, which is actually okay, because if we don't have the item there, well, then that's not really a problem. So then we throw this exception here, and I guess that for get colleagues, I get that we are actually done. I think that we are actually done with get colleagues. Let me check again. Okay, how we're doing? I see YouTube is going strong, so I have more viewers on YouTube than on Twitch. Thank you very much for joining. I hope you have some fun here. I certainly do have some fun, although as you say, I have some challenges that I still have to overcome. But yeah, I'm working on it. I have to work on this project, so well, if I stream it or not, it's exactly the same thing. But I don't know, there might be people that might find this useful actually. So yeah, let's go one step further. The error that we have right now is probably from here, because we haven't finished it yet. Because we will need these methods basically here to get the colleagues and the friends. So let's go over to implement this get user friends async method. So get user friends, we have this user ID. Sorry. So first of all, we'll have var user equals context.users.first or default async. And here we are looking for a user whose ID equals the user ID that we get here. And here we can just throw like we did previously. Let's just copy paste it. It goes quicker, I guess. Now I know it's not good to just copy paste code, and I usually don't do that. Okay, so if the user is null, then we throw an exception, of course. And the question is, if the user is not null, what we want to do is, of course, get all the friends. So actually, that's actually fairly easy, because we can simply say here var. So we have this relationship. So we can see friends. We can see var friends equals await. Of course, we need to make this async also. So await context dot relationships. In this case, we need to look up the relationships, and here we need actually to find all the relationships. So let me put a where first. Let me put a where first, and let me also put a toList async then. So it would be toList async. And then in this where, so in this case, I just want to find the relationships that have this user ID in the from field, because those would be all the friends of this specific user. So it would be rel from relationship. So I'm looking for all the relationships where the from
is equal to the user ID. And then this would be a list of relationships, and then but that's bad. That's a problem right now, because right now what we would have to do is based on these GUIDs simply go to the database and get the correspondent users. But the problem is that how can we just get the user by ID here? Because we're actually here in this case. So we need to get a user by ID. We have the GUID, and then we simply say get the user. No, it feels like I did something totally wrong when I set up my model, because it's I don't even know if it's supposed to be that difficult to find a way here. But yeah, domain-driven design is certainly complicated. It's not easy. So the idea is that I can get the relationships from the database, but then based from those relationships, I need to be able to construct a user. To construct a user, it will be a get user by ID. I will have to pass a user by ID, but I would also pass here this other type of things. What if I get a user by ID? Let me try the following. As I said, this solution will probably need a lot of refactoring, because things are not really right now. But as I said, I need to get this done somehow. So my idea is, let's have a private, and that would return a user. It would be a task of user, because it still would be async. So it would be a task of user, and get user by ID without friends and colleagues. Then the only thing that we would need is the GUID of the user, user ID, and then the only thing that we would do in this method is simply return await context.users. First or default. Where is this first or default? I have to type it correctly first, of course. So it's first or default async, and we need a user for which or whose ID equals to user ID. But of course I want to check for equality, not to assign values. So what is the problem? Return await user first or default async where the user is user ID. Multiple active operations on the same context instance. Yep, that's true, I guess. That's true, I guess. We have multiple operations. The problem is here. Sorry, I'm totally blind. The problem is that we haven't marked this method as async, of course. So then we just return the user for which the ID is the one that we receive here, and then in this get user friends async, what we could actually do is so here we get all the relationship, and then we can do for each var relationship in friends, and here we would say var friend equals await get user by ID without friends. So that would actually just give me the ID, and then so I'm interested for getting the user that is in this rel, so that is in this current relationship, because here in relationship we have this from and to, which is from, it's the user itself, and to, so I guess we're interested in the to part here. So here it would be rel dot to, and then this should be a friend, and that should be, let's call this relations, and let's do this, and let's create var friends equals new list of user, and here actually what we do is we just add it, friends.add, but maybe just check for null first. So if friend not equals null, so if the result is not null, then what we would like to do is simply friends dot add, and here we would add the current friend, and that should be it. And when we are done with that, I guess we can just return the friends. Turn friends. Okay. Okay, that should do it for now, I guess. Let me check once again. Okay, so next step is we still have an error here, and the error is in this get user by ID async, and this is a public method that would actually try to get a user by ID. The only question is, should it also get the friends and everything else, or it shouldn't? Because my idea is that get user by ID in this case, we would also have to add the friends. It's interesting. It's interesting. So once again, let's go through it again. The main responsibility of the repository in this case is just to get a user by ID. Now that user by ID might contain some properties, but it might also contain some lists, like for instance the list of colleagues and the list of friends. Question is, when we get user by ID, should we return it with everything, so also including all the colleagues and all the friends, or should we maybe just here get user by ID async just return the user without the list of friends and colleagues, and in that case we can just add them separately afterwards by calling this get user friends async and get user colleagues async. Right now I see that we also need another else if here for the case that the user type is actually staff, not teacher. But that should be exactly or more or less the same thing, only that here it would be staff, and in this case we are looking for where user type is equals teacher or user type equals staff. It's actually the exact same thing, more or less. So I'm curious when we run this and hit our first breakpoints to see exactly how what we'll actually get from the database, because I'm really curious about that. So when we get the user, it could be that the user doesn't have friends or colleagues at all. Let's assume you add the first student in a class. It wouldn't have any colleague at all. So then if we want to get that user by ID, we shouldn't actually be bothered by the fact that that user doesn't have a colleague. So maybe we should add colleagues and friends to that user instance separately. So it would be here get user by ID async would simply return the user without those lists. And in that case, I guess we can just here return. I guess we can just return. I guess we can just return here. And then separately, if somebody wants to get also the friends or the colleagues for that user, it should use that method, and it wants to also get the colleagues, it should use this method, or friends, it should use this one. So in that case, I guess it's okay, because actually when we think about our application, there might be actually a lot of situations when we do things maybe in the application with the user, but we actually don't really care what friends the user has or what colleagues the user have. If for instance we just edit the user details, or if we're just writing a post or something like that, we're really not curious at all what friends or what colleagues that specific user have. So in that case, this get user by ID would actually only give us the basic information about the user. But then if we want to get also the list of friends and the list of colleagues, we have to use those other two methods, which is actually, I guess, kind of okay. So right now, what I will need to do is to take one more break, and then we'll continue after the break. And I guess it's some other thing that we would need to do here is I would like, do I have this create user? I have a create user. I should have a create user. Create user is the first. But another thing that I would have to do here, and I know this is not something that I would put in this repository at all. I would have probably a totally separate infrastructure for that. But we would also need to authenticate users. And we won't use, as I said, if this would be, let's say, a real project that I don't have to finish very fast for some demo, I would probably use identity server 4 or something like that and do some really strong identity management in the application. But right now, since I just have to go fast, I will simply use username and password. And also password, I won't hash it, I won't salt it, it will be just plain text for this demo. So I just, if I want to log in, I just want to validate that username and password are correct. Where username should be case insensitive, while password should be case sensitive. So that's why I guess that the next thing that we will do here is a task, and it would be a task of bool. And here I would say, how should I call, validate credentials async, and here I would have to I would need a string username, and I would need a string password. And basically that's another thing that I would like to
do here in this base repo? Sorry, it's not a base repository. I don't know why I always say that. It's strange actually. Doesn't have anything in common with the base repository. But yeah, if you're here, let's maybe also implement this method. So it would be also, of course, async. Okay. So what do we need to do? This one should be actually very simple. Actually, var user equals. So here what we need to do is users first or default, and here we need to specify this very simple condition that if username, and username should actually be case insensitive. So let's make everything to lower. So if username to lower equals the username that we receive here also to lower. Oh, sorry, because once again in this case for the username we don't really care about casing at all. Why doesn't, whatever. But then we will need an AND condition here, and it should be AND u.password equals password. So in this case we don't really do everything lowercase, because password, so if we want to have password equality we should also make sure that the casing matches. So in this case that do it, I would say. And then here basically if let's say first or default, it returns a task. Okay, but we have to await it. The task contains the default. Okay, tsort is empty. Okay, so this actually means this if the user is null. So if a user equals null, then we simply return false, because this means that we are not able to validate the credentials if the user is null. Otherwise, return true. And that's a very basic and insecure login method. But for now, I guess that it should actually be enough. So right now we're also done with this repository. That's a very big one. That's a very big one. Let's rebuild the entire solution here. Let's rebuild it. Let's see if everything is all right. So it rebuilt correctly, successful. So that is okay. Good. Okay, guys. What I'll do right now, only the user make the friend. Right now I see extreme pawn, or sorry if I say it incorrect. Right, only now I see your messages here. So sorry for that. So yeah, it's only the user. Make the friend list a separate endpoint. In my opinion, it is better. Most of times you don't want to overhead just the user info. Okay, so it's actually, if I understand correctly, you basically said exactly. So you arrived at the same conclusion that I arrived, I guess, because that's exactly what we did here. We just get the user, and then if we want to get the colleagues and to get the friends, we will have to do that separately. Yeah, so thank you very much for the feedback, Extreme PWN. That's valuable. And I'm sorry, I'm also streaming on YouTube right now, and I don't know why, but the Twitch chat was kind of like not on my radar. Sorry for that. For seeing late. Okay, so yeah. What I would need to do right now, and I hope you could excuse me just a little bit, because it's already I don't know, more than 2 hours, around 3 hours that I stream. So I would just need to take a break right now, and then we'll continue further. And I guess that well, theoretically what we should do is add unit test, of course, to test that everything really works. But as said, I just need to finish this as quick as possible. It won't surely be today, but since I need to finish this project as quick as possible, I think I'll go for the front end part and start building it very easily. Just get a login screen first and make a user login. Maybe I'll manually create some basic user information in the database, and then basically go it from there, trying to display a news feed, try to display, I don't know, different parts of what we should have there. So just give me 10 minutes break, and I'll be back and we'll go for the front end part. And in order to give you some incentives to stay here, I can only say that the front end will be doing in Blazor. You know that a Blazor is this single page application like framework in which you can write everything in C# actually. So you don't really need JavaScript at all. You can really manipulate HTML elements only using C# code or logic. And we will use Blazor for the front end. And Blazor has two different hosting models. It's the WebAssembly, where basically all the DLL files for your application are shipped to the browser like a normal Angular or React application, and your C# code is actually running directly in the browser natively through WebAssembly. And then there is the second option, which is a server-side Blazor, or a Blazor's hosted on the server. And we'll do just as enters the question: do you use AutoMapper? I will probably use AutoMapper, but right now, or for now, I don't need it. If I will ever need AutoMapper in this application, I will surely use that. But for now, I didn't face a scenario where I had to map between different type of entities. So if you maybe, I don't know, have an idea on where I should use AutoMapper in what I have right now, then just maybe let me know. But I don't have real DTOs, and I'm not sure if I'll be able 100% to use AutoMapper, because in my domain model, you see that all my constructors are private. So I use factory methods in order to generate objects. In this case, entities. That's a common pattern as far as I know in domain-driven design. But yeah, I usually always use AutoMapper when I can use it. I don't want to just to do the mappings by myself. So if it's possible, I surely use AutoMapper. Yeah, but that being said, once again, please stay tuned. I'll be back in 10 minutes, or maybe just a little bit over 10 minutes, but not too much. And believe me, I will go to the front end part and we'll start trying to implement the front end with Blazor. So please stand by and we'll catch up just a little bit later. Okay, I'm back. Are you still here with me? Let me bring. So Twitch chat is here, YouTube chat is here. I think we should be fine, more or less. Should be fine, more or less. So yeah, let's maybe just wait a little bit. Sorry, I just have to check some things. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Okay. So are you still here with me? Are you still here with me? Is everything fine? How's it going? Okay, let's go then one step further and let's try to work on the front end part just a little bit. And for now, let me just close everything down here. Because I have here the web folder. This is a solution folder, and that's actually where I'll start a new project right now. And it would be how should I call it? Let's add new project, and this time it would be a Blazor app. As said, I would go for Blazor, and let's call it uniconnect dot that would actually be a web client, so just call it uniconnect.web and create it. And as said, I would go here for the Blazor server, and there is actually one very important reason why I would like to do that. And it has also to do with the fact that, well, as said, I still have to move as fast as possible. So if I would go for the regular Blazor client or the Blazor WebAssembly app, that would mean that I would actually also have to create an API layer, so that my frontend app, which would run totally in the browser, so all my DLL files would be in the browser, and of course I have to get the data somehow. So I would have to make calls to an API. So that would mean that I would have to develop basically another and a different layer in my application, and I don't really have time for that. And if I go for Blazor server instead, there basically I can already inject all my services. I can inject my DB context, my domains, everything, because in that case everything runs on the server or is rendered on the server, and the changes that needs to be done to the UI are pushed to the browser via a WebSockets connection. So the advantage in Blazor server is that I can reuse all the services that I already have in my application. Like in my case, for now, it is the DB context. Yeah, let's create this Blazor server application, and let's start it from there, I would say. So yeah, we have here a www root folder. I would have to copy some stuff there, I guess. So let me just open here this open in folder. Yeah, that's it. So the way I will go about this part is actually very simple. I'm very bad at front end usually, so I really hate HTML, CSS. I really hate it. I don't have any problems with JavaScript and creating client-side logic, and I worked a lot with Angular, for example. But when it comes to styling and this type of stuff, that really drives me nuts, and I don't really like it at all. So this is the reason why I actually have bought a template for a social media network that is something like that. And here, if I go here in this HTML, I can see, for instance, like I don't know, the edit profile or the newsfeed. So the newsfeed in the end will look something like that.
Of course, I would have or I would need to have here some pictures, but that would actually be the news feeds. And if, for instance, I want to go, I don't know, for the newsfeed friends or the friends that I have, then it would look like that. And then for the profile, for instance, if I go for, it's not the edit profile, it's the index. I think it's the login page, so it's exactly what we'll want to do first. But here I have two different options for the login. And then it would be index and index register, which would be this one. And this one is fairly I don't know, a little bit too complicated maybe. So what I would like to do here is, I guess I'll go for the other one. And the other one would be the regular index. So in that case, I'll just need a picture here, and I guess this is what I will use. And the only thing is, instead of sign up, I will simply have here a login button, and the login button will basically do everything else. And then there is one other thing, that after I log in, I need to be redirected probably to my newsfeed, like it also happens in Facebook. So that's why I will also have probably to use two different layouts. I would have to use one layout for the login, which is this one, and I would have to use one layout for this newsfeed, so where I will be redirected, because in that layout for the login, I don't need any navbar, I don't need actually anything. It's just something that I want to present here. And here actually I can actually have a blank layout that is only applied, and that I will display only this type of component here. Maybe in the layout I just add the image here, I don't know. And then here I would have another layout which has the navbar, which also would have probably a footer and all this other stuff here. So yeah, that's things that I will have in my second layout. Okay, so let's start with this. So this would be the friend finder index.html, so the regular one. Let's go to that one. It's this one. So yeah, now of course there, first of all, I think I might need to add a lot of files here. Let me go to, first of all, I really need to add all this type of CSS stuff. So let me just go here, copy, and let's try to kind of, so we are here in the CSS part. HTML would be the root, and we are in the CSS folder. So here, once again, if I go to the CSS folder, let's add all these files. I will also have to import them, I guess. And then what else do I have? I have in HTML, I have fonts. So this is also something that I will need to add. But here I guess I can copy the entire folder. Which would be the fonts. Then I would need the images. At least for the beginning I would need these images. Maybe then I will add some more images on my own. So yeah, and what I will need, of course, also the JS files, but then I can also think I can copy this over, because I don't have a JS folder here, so I can just copy it. So right now I should have all the needed static assets, maybe also add the videos. Also the pictures, most probably, I don't know, maybe for the demo itself I will simply put the pictures here in this images folder, but I'm also considering maybe serving the pictures from an Azure Blob storage. My experience with using Blob is that it's actually faster. So let's see a little bit what do we need here. So we need to first create a new layout. Let's go to the Blazor application for now, just a little bit. So we have this startup, add Razor pages, add server-side Blazor, and here we add this weather forecast service. That's actually something that I really don't need, but I'm not even sure where this weather forecast service is right now. It's in data. Of course, and I really don't need that at all. Let me just delete. I actually delete the entire folder here. And from the pages, I also don't need the counter. The error, the tracer, yeah, the error, maybe I'll leave it there, maybe. Here, this fetch data, and also delete it. I don't need those two components. And here in this index.razor, I'll also probably remove it, because here when I go here, it's actually that I will want to go to the login page actually if the user is not authenticated. But if the user is authenticated, then in that case I would have to, yeah, but in that case I will probably also need to add authentication in one way or the other. I'll come back to that, but then in this imports.razor, it's that one. App.razor is the router with found and not found, and everything is right now kind of using this main layout. Maybe I have to create a third layout for errors, because on the third layout I wouldn't need any sidebars or other things like that. So let's start with it. Let's just 1 second. In this host file, so this is actually where I would have to add all the JavaScript files and CSS and everything that I need here. So let's maybe start with this here for this login page. So what we actually need for this login page? Here we have a lot of meta tags and so on. Let me just use everything from here. So yeah, even though I don't know, I might want to kind of put it not in the layout, or it should actually be in the layout. Let's see. We are surely not optimizing right now for search engines, so I wouldn't bother for that very much. But let me just add other things here. The base href is something that we need, so that's surely something that we leave there. So let's just paste here and see. We have this meta, okay, texture set UTF all 8. Then we don't need this meta tag anymore. Okay, so then the viewport, the content type, that's okay. Description. Let's have something else. Well, we will have to come up with some text. Maybe something like for your school. Okay, now keyword, social network, social media, make friends, newsfeed, profile image. I don't know. let's also add college, university, school, whatever. Okay, then robots. Well, that's kind of nice that they put it here with the follow. Yeah, friend finder. It's not a friend finder anymore, but it's a UniConnect. For let's have it like that. So the base href, it's something that we need to keep, and the style sheet and yeah, this other one, I don't think that we'll actually need them at all. So we have here a lot of style sheets that we need to add, a lot of font. So yeah, let's add them. I don't know why they are kind of like strange here. So let's take everything here. Actually, let's take everything that we have here, and just I guess I can just replace this here. Okay, so what we have first, style sheet. Of course we have to, so this would be in the CSS bootstrap.min CSS, and let me see if we are able to find it, because it should be no, it's should be like that, but it's the same thing. Because the problem is that we need to reference them from here. Yeah, let's what was it? It was what was the first one? First one was the bootstrap min CSS. Bootstrap min CSS, and the second one is style CSS. So it would we can actually do this like here, be www.root CSS and style CSS. Yeah, it finds it. Then it would have this ionic min CSS. Oh, of course the CSS can remain. The only thing is that we'll add this here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it finds it. And then here, this other one that we need is once again root.css, and here I would say it's font awesome and min CSS should be fine. Now this Google font is actually from a web source, so it should be okay. And then the favicon, that should be in the images.fav, but those images should also be here in root.images. So that should do it for this type of part. Okay, what else do we have here? So right now, then we have here the body, and here what do we have? We have the spinner, and that's actually something that we might want to have, but I think that's what we'll put in the layout file, the spinner. Yeah, and then we can also, in the header, what we have in the header, let's see, have a navigation. But why do we have a navigation here? Because we didn't, oh, because I have to go in the, what was the correct part? It's the index of HTML, but what? I think this is the navigation. Okay then. Yeah, let's that would be it. But then let's see if we have some JavaScript. Oh my god, it's just a login page and it's so big. It says it has a footer. So oh my god, yeah. Oh, it has a lot of stuff here. So of course I don't think I want to implement the entire page right now. Even though that would be something to do, but I guess I just want this here. That's actually all that I would like to have on the page. So I will have to find exactly out what that exactly the part is. So here the footer, it's nothing something that I would need. Live feed section, what would be the live feed section? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Social feed or social herd would be this live feed. I don't know. It's kind of strange. So live feed section is container wrapper and so on. James Carter, we should see a bunch of links with different stuff there. I think that kind, or no, those are not clickable. Download. That's the live feed. Okay. So yeah. What we'll actually need is not the download section. It's actually good at the feature section. This is also not what we need. We only need this sign up form, and that's actually everything that we need. And this here is the banner and then the container. That's kind of strange. Can I just, I don't know, here where would be edit, and I'm not that familiar. What I would like to do is just reformat the entire document. How can I do that? Format document. Okay, and let's try it now. So right now it should be formatted better, I guess, and it would be much easier. So we have the style sheet, we have the Google font, we have the fev icon, and then we have this body. In this body we have the preloader, which would be certainly a part of it, but I get this preloader should be also part of, actually part of all the layouts. I guess it should be part of all the layouts. So yeah, let's see. And then we have the header. And in the header, what we actually have, we have this navbar, which is default fixed, and we have this toggle navigation. Images of logo PNG. Yeah, that should be only the logo, but where? And the toggle navigation is probably something when we just make it too small. Yeah, probably. Yeah, let's maybe see how we can start implementing this type of things. So first we are here in this shared. That's where we actually start. So the survey prompt is something that we don't need anymore. The nav menu is also something that we actually don't need anymore. And yeah, this means that it will kind of try to implement all the stuff then on our own using the templates that we have. And here the main layout file, and here is only that we have a sidebar. And yeah, this is the layout that's also something that we will have to change actually. So yeah, but right now we would need a different layout for the login, because for the login we should just display a very few data actually. But for everything else, we should display also the entire navigation bar and the footer and everything else. So let's start here. So first of all, in this shared, let's create a new layout, I guess. And here I would say it would be add razor component, and I will call this razor component login layout. And here actually to make this a layout, this would just need to inherit. I need to close this and reopen it. I don't know why Visual Studio makes these problems right now. So it would need to inherit, if we go to the main layout, it would the layout component base. So this is what I want to inherit. So inherit layout component base. Okay, so this actually makes my my razor component be a layout, and layouts are actually only, or is actually a common component, with the only distinction that in a layout you can simply place a body somewhere, and that's exactly what we'll do. So let's go back here. So what do we need in this layout? So first let me close. We have a header. And the header is something that we would need, because this contains the navigation, and navigation contains only. Okay, so yeah, obviously the header is something that we will have here, and we will have with this ID and lazy load. So let's start to actually build it. So login component. I'm not sure if I use code or not, so I just because that's just a layout that I just want to render. Oh, sorry. So it would be right now. How was it? Sorry, it was a header, not navigation. Okay, and in this header then I will have to paste this type of stuff, and in this header actually I have this entire navigation, but no, that's not right. Where do I have this on page? I really don't get it. Where am I blind? Or am I missing something? Because I don't really see this header on the page. I don't really see where is it actually. Where is it? I don't know, that there seems not to be a header at all here. So in this header we have a navigation. And in this navigation we have Renner toggle get grouped with better mobile display. Okay, I get that. But then collect the nav links, forms and other content for toggling. Collapse, navbar collapse. Landing page 2. I guess, right now I guess, that index and index register are kind of like mostly the same. They are mostly the same. So in that case I don't really need the header. I guess I can skip it. Then what do we have here? We have this section which is the banner, and then we have this features section which is already the features. So the section is actually the sign up form. So this is actually what we need to display in our layout, I guess. It would be this section with ID banner. And I guess the only other things that I would like to display here is only the preloader. And actually what I will do here, because in the layout the only thing that I basically need is only this spinner. Otherwise it should be blank, and then I will construct my login component itself how I want it to be. I don't really want to put it so in the layout we should usually put only parts that are kind of reusable, but that's actually not the case. The only part that is actually reusable right now is this type of spinner that we have here. So let's copy that. We'll see how that works afterwards. So yeah, right now we have this. Let's go here and then would it be edit advanced format document? Where is it? Where is it? Format document. It should have format document. Why doesn't it have format document? Okay, and the only thing that I would place here, let's look once again. Basically it's this section. I would place the section and I will place the container. I would place only this section and this div in the layout, and here inside this div I will use that body. So let's do that. So it's a section with ID banner right under this spinner. So it's section with ID equals banner, and then in this section we have another div with the class container. Div class equals container, and here we will just use the body. Okay, and here this is the login layout. I guess I'll have to edit here if I recall correctly. Oh, shouldn't I add the layout here? We'll see if that works otherwise. So right now I want to structure my my application using the feature-based approach, which is very common in Angular. So for the login functionality itself, I would simply create here a new folder that would represent the login functionality, yeah, let's name it login. And here in this folder I would create first of all components, so razor, and I like to name my components with component at the end, just like we do for instance in Angular. So it would be login component because this is the component that we will use to log in. And there is one more thing that I want to do, and I won't discuss this a lot here, but there is a video on my YouTube channel, so check it out, on why I prefer to do it like that. But I want to split the markup code and the class and actually the C# code in Blazor in two different files. It's like a separation of concerns at the level of how we separate our code. So we just want to have the markup in a Razor page, and we have all the C# logic in a .cs file. And to do that, what we will need to create is also another class. And if we call it, it will be called login component.razor.cs. You see that it added it under login component, and if we say here partial, then actually that becomes a partial class. So Blazor has support for partial classes, which means that right now this here and this here are actually the same class. And what this actually means is that I can simply remove here this this type of code, and we have this login component. And that's actually right now where we'll put our markup, I guess. For now, we don't really need to inherit anything here. We can just go on and so what do we have here? So we have the sign up form. We have a div sign up, and then what we have in the end. So what we have in this div container. We have this here. It's actually not that much code. I guess that that should be mostly it. I remember right now one thing that I still have to specify in this Razor component, and this would be layout, because I want to use the layout which is called login layout. Because for this page I want to use this login, and also actually this would be a routed component, so I would say that page is, it would be that would be login. Okay, yeah, it should work. So yeah, these are two things that that we need here. I saw that there is a little bit of silence here in the chat, so nobody's saying anything. I hope you're still there and you still find some important information here. Just 1 second to check some few other things here. Nothing really fancy, but there's something that that we still want to check. Just give me 1 second, not more. So okay. Well, I'm curious. I see now that there are some viewers here. Can you please just let me know from which country you are watching? I think for me it would be very important to get to know you just a little bit better. So just please don't be shy and please write me in the chat from which country you are watching this stream right now. That would be a very valuable information for me. So once again, just please let me know. I just want to get in touch with you one way or the other, and the chat is the only possibility right now. So please let me know from which country are you currently watching. I'm really curious to understand or to know more about you. So once again, don't be shy. Please use the chat and let me know from which country are you watching. That would be really valuable for me. Okay, let's now go back here. Let me check in this login. I put the body there, so yeah, it should be fine. We don't need the code here at all because we don't have any type of code here. So we go back here in this login component, and let's try to see here different things. So first one, the href. So if you click on that link, it should redirect you to, but that's actually strange how this is done here. It should be what's actually the base path? It's actually here in this host, and they say it's this one. So base, it's this one. I guess we'll have to run it, because I think that I might have added this, or maybe Blazor can recalculate that. I worked mostly with the Blazor WebAssembly in the last few months, so I'm not exactly sure about different things here, but I guess we'll figure it out together. Okay, so let's do this. So this would be class logo, and this would be the logo PNG. Let's for now display the logo that we have here. And the logo should be in, I don't know, www.root.images and .logo PNG, so that should be okay. I'm just writing something. So just wrote some messages for you in the chat. Hope to get you there. Okay, so let's continue then. And here it would be UniConnect. That would be the description. UniConnect.
Of course, at a certain point we'll just replace the logo with another information. H2 class, find my friends. Here is, I don't know, maybe join your colleagues, teachers and staff. And line divider, form wrapper, and here we actually have a form, so we'll have to just have a look on how to actually work with forms in Blazor. But I guess we'll do this just in a while. So we have here a field set, represents a set of form controls. Okay, so here I have input type text. It's class form control ID, example name, and enter. That should be okay. So form, it should have an action, and the action will be implemented by us in code. And here the button, class btn sign up, and basically I guess that this is that button here. But in that case, this button is actually not part of the form itself. It is in the wrapper, but it's not part of. Okay. It's would have maybe an input type submit here. I don't know. With the same class. By signing up, but actually it's not sign up here, it's a login. Okay, so the action, let's see, where do we actually have that? Blazor forms and validation. Yeah, let's take a look here. What do we have? So we have a model, of course, that we'll define, which would be for login. That would have probably a name. It would have a username, and form is defined by the edit form component. The following form demonstrates typical elements. Okay, so it should be edit form. Okay, not just form. Okay. Right now I'm not really interested about data validation. Yeah, let's just change it to edit form in that case. Okay, but what actually did so edit form, it has the model and on validate. Okay, so that's basically how we implement the logic there. We don't have really an action here. We just I'm just doing it like that. So of course example model is not something that we already have. So that would be probably something like a login model. And here on valid submit, I would say I would have a method that is called login probably. Okay, then we have this type of things here, and by signing him up, I guess I'll that shouldn't necessarily be part of the, or oh yes, it should. I guess it should. I'm not sure how this will look like afterwards, but if needed, we'll bring in some non-breaking spaces or something like that. So it would be login, and that would be input type equals submit, and it will have the same class that what are you complaining about right now? Unexpected closing tag. Okay, yeah, of course, but that should be not here, but
here, I guess. It should be like that. Then we have an input type, and then already have an account, image bottom shadow. That's actually not something that we actually need, because there won't be any sign-up functionality in this application. Users will be created by staff. They will get a username and password. Of course, they should eventually be able to change their password. But for right now, yeah, that's something that we could implement at a later point. But right then, this sign in or this login part is actually ready, and the only thing that we need to do here is basically also remove this comment. We don't need those down arrows because this login form is everything that we actually want to display there. There's one more thing that I want to check here in this sorry. Of course, there are a lot of sections here, but one thing that is important, I don't really want a footer, of course. Scripts. That's something that we'll need. That's something that we'll need, and that's something that we will put in this. Where is it? Where is it? Host. So scripts are something that we'll put here. So we have then what we need here, something like that, like www root, and then everything else should be the same. No, it is not. Why not? Because I should have a folder there which is called JS, which is true. And in that folder, I should actually have, yeah, because I of course had a typo here. Of course I had a typo here, and yeah, right now it's everything is okay. So let me go here once again and www root, then bootstrap min CSS. Then let's go on further www root.js. Okay, and once again the root folder for it, and once again last time. And of course with each other part of the template that we'll be using, if there are if there are other JavaScript files, then we'll import them right then, or maybe we'll make them part of the component, or I don't know. But we are actually, but I guess that this actually also applies here. This should actually apply here, or let's do it right now the most simple way that we can. So I'll add everything here at this host.cshtml. Okay, so right now that should do it, and I'm really not sure about how things should go, but if we debug right now, probably the home page itself will be a total mess. Of course we have build errors. Let's check them. Only 3. That's not too bad. The type of namespace, of course we don't have data anymore, so yeah, that's totally true. The type, of course we didn't implement this part, of course, yeah. So let me just take a look. It was the model, it's new example model. Yeah, of course. Good. So in this case, in this login, because it's still the exact same feature, we'll add a new class that will be called login model. And here in this login model, we'll have actually 2 properties: a public string username. But let's not do exactly the same like they did, so it would be username
let's follow the best practices in C# and .NET, and then a public string password get and set, of course. So now, right now we have this login model, and here what we can do here, I guess we have to create a property, because that's what they did. Yeah, they create basically a field, actually, not even a property. They created a field, which is then this is the new example model. Okay, that's okay. So let's I don't create I won't create a field here. I will say here it was a public login model get set. Actually, it makes a lot of sense to be a field, or kind of like a constant. It's not too wrong, I guess. That would be the login model. So let's go to the component. Yes, login model is now correct. And the only thing that we need to implement right now is here this how it should be. That should be actually private. But actually this login model, I guess it should also be private, because it's the same partial class. I guess it should be fine. So yeah, it's a private. What should it do? It should be asynchronous. So it would be a task. It would return a task. It was async, of course. Async task. It won't actually return anything. Actually, in this method, once we are logged in, I guess we will redirect to the home page. So let's name this login. And let me just check what they did in the documentation. So okay, handle valid submit. They only said handle valid submit. Okay, that's great. It's not really helpful at all. But here I guess that there are some things that we can do. So first of all, we can inject the DB context, or better yet, we can add the DB context actually here, and also of course the repositories. And we don't need this weather forecast service anymore. That's for sure. So we'll have this app settings.json file. Let me go to the app settings.json file, and let me add here the connection strings, and here we'll have this default. Right now it will be string.empty, but let me go to the database and go to properties, and here in these properties I have here this connection string. So I'll just take it from there and just paste the connection string here. So that should do it. And here back to startup, or back in the startup class. Make it var cs equals new. It's actually not new. It's a configuration get connection string, and we want the default connection string. So this is actually what we want to do. And of course we need here to we need to install some packages for Entity Framework Core. And let's go to manage dependencies. And if I recall correctly, the packages that we need here are actually 3 of them. So it's first of all Microsoft.Entity Framework Core, of course, which is this package here. I accept. Then what we also need is Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.SQL Server. Okay, let's also install this one, this little fella. And right now it takes just a little bit longer than expected. Just takes a little bit longer than expected, but let's accept that.
don't know why it brought up that one. And we'll also probably need to add, because when we are doing migrations, we'll start using this as a startup project. So we'll also need tools, entity framework tools. Let's install it. Let's install it. That's officially the longest stream I ever did. It's almost 4 hours. I never stream more than 2 hours and a half. That's also true that I'm actually only recently became a streamer. I would say it's a matter of weeks, I guess 3 weeks or 4 weeks, something like that. But yeah, you can also catch me up on Twitch if you want. If you're watching me on YouTube right now, you can head over to my Twitch account, because I'm also there. And yeah, this is actually the first time that I'm streaming live both to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. That's why I might get confused a little bit with the chat. So I see here another question from Twitch, from Extreme PWN. Thank you very much for joining me and for being still with me after such a long time. So will you make this available on GitHub? This exact sample I won't make available on GitHub, but I have something better for you. I don't know if it's the first time that you're actually watching this stream, or if you're watching me stream for the first time, but I actually have a schedule, and I really always do stream on Mondays and on Wednesdays. And on Wednesday, I always have a stream that is called Building a Social Network with Domain-Driven Design. And that's actually basically the project that you see me working right now. It's kind of like a spin-off from there. And the reason why it is a spin-off is because, as say, I would have to finish it up very, very quickly in 1 week or 2 weeks. So that one that I continue to stream for that one, I really want it to do it the right way. So there I'm not in a hurry at all. I just want to implement everything like it should be. Not like I did here. I'm basically missing an entire application layer here, which is not okay. So there are a lot of things that I will do there in that stream better than here. And that one it is on GitHub. And if you're watching me on Twitch because you're writing me in Twitch, if you scroll just a little bit down the channel, you will see a section on the page that says GitHub or repositories or something like that. And the only repository that you will see there is actually that repo that goes to what we regularly do on Wednesdays. So if you want to follow with this kind of concept with social network with domain-driven design, then please that would be the repo that you would have to follow. And also make sure that you follow me on Wednesdays. I'm not sure in which country do you live, but I usually stream on Wednesdays. It starts I guess it starts at 8 p.m. CET, so Central European time. That would be 7 p.m. UK time. I guess that would be something like 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. Eastern US time or something like that. So that's usually the time when I stream Monday and Wednesday. What I'm streaming today, and I'll be probably streaming tomorrow, is just, I would say, for fun. I just have to work, I just have to code this, and I thought it might be better to just stream it if I code it, because yeah, there might be 1 or 2 people that might find it useful, or that we might actually learn together from each other. So yeah, that's the short story about what happens here. So once again, just follow me on Wednesdays, and on Mondays, if you're interested, or maybe if you have friends that might be interested, on Monday I always stream creating an eShop API with ASP.NET Core for beginners. And basically in that stream I started to create an API from scratch. And a very important thing is that I really try to keep things as simple as possible there. So no fancy stuff, really everything as simple as possible, just building a very simple API, but going through all the important parts of what an API is, what the REST rules are, how do we handle data, what are DTOs, how do we do paging. So we will basically go through all this type of stuff,
while keeping everything as simple as possible, not following fancy design patterns or stuff like that. So plain old C# or .NET code, I would say. Yeah, let's get back to this one. So what I would like to do right now is to simply add services, add DB context, and I would like to add a DB context, and here of course I would have to specify the type of DB context, and that would be how is it called? Social DB context. So it is called social DB context. And of course I would also have to add a reference to the DAL project, but I guess that Visual Studio would help me in this file. Add reference to UniConnect social DAL, which is exactly what I need. And of course, and here that takes an options, and here I would say options.use SQL server, but it's options not capitalized. So options use SQL server, but I'm not sure exactly why do you do that. It's just like that. Why don't you DB context options builder? So yeah, that type is correct, but name options. Of course I have a typo. Of course I have a typo, and the use SQL server is probably something that I have to import the using for. That is correct. And the only thing that I need to do is to pass in the connection string, and that should actually do it right now. And of course, the other thing that I would need to do here is to add my repository. Services, add scoped, and here I would have to specify the interface, which would be user repository, and the implementation, which would be user repository. Now for the interface, connect domain interface is okay, that is correct, and user repository, social DAL repositories. So that should do it right now. And right now I could use my repository in my login component, and I can say here, for instance, I can say here I can use inject, and this is how we inject in Blazor, how we inject services in Blazor components. Probably I missed something here, some using statement. Microsoft ASP.NET .NET Core components. I guess that should be the one. And here I would like to inject a user repository, and how should we call this repository? Let's call it just repo, but let's make it like that. Now maybe I'm not doing there are some differences when you compare Blazor WebAssembly with Blazor server side. In Blazor WebAssembly, I'm sure that you can't basically use constructors, or they won't really help you very much. So in that case, you just have to inject into properties, not into private fields. So I'm not 100% sure if that applies also to the server-side hosting model, but I guess that it would probably be the case. And let's make it also private. We don't have an error here. Yeah, we have this warning with we have several warnings. We'll look into them. Okay, so we have this repository now in this login. Let's because we need to pass in some data, and here it's only handle valid submit, but it actually doesn't do anything here. But I guess the idea here is this edit form, which will actually bind directly to this login model. So basically, I think that when a user clicks on that, let me check if we have this login. Yeah, it's okay.
So by that time here, the login model will contain the necessary values, I guess. Let's maybe add some validation, because I guess it's a data annotation validator and validation summary. And here input text. Okay, we have to also. Okay, right now I understand. So I forgot to add something here. I forgot to add some stuff there. So first of all, let me go to the Razor component. So I forgot to add here some stuff, and then let's do the validation. Data annotations validator, validation summary, and then we have input type text. But here in this documentation, it's actually not. It's input text. It's input text. Let's input text. Okay, what is the problem with you? Element input text requires an end tag. Of course, this one requires an end tag. But why doesn't Visual Studio really help me and adds? Why doesn't it simply add the end tag? Input text. So yeah, that. But then this type text, I guess it's not required anymore. So yeah, the type text is, and we need this bind. We need to use this bind to really bind the value to the. So we don't need the type here because it's this one. We'll still leave the class there, and we'll still leave the placeholder, I guess. But here, what we'll also add is this bind equals, and there I don't remember, should we use the at or no, we shouldn't use the at, and we should bind to this one. This would be enter username, and I will bind this to login model dot username. So that should be something like that. There is no error right now. Okay. Okay, then we have here another input text. And we need a closing tag for it. Here maybe say type. I hope that it also works with the type here. Here enter password. Just let's have it just password. Okay. And let me also here use this bind equals, but it adds automatically that dash. Is that needed? Is that like that in? It's bind value. Okay, it's bind value. Sorry. Yeah, it's bind dash value. Yeah, that's totally different right now. It's indeed bind value. And here in this case it would be login model dot password. And that should actually be it. And here I don't actually need this password anymore because I already created. I just need two fields. And yeah, and this means we are actually doing some very fancy data binding here in Blazor. That's actually very cool because this means that everything will change. So whenever the value will change in the text box, basically the value that you get in your model is also changed. This means that you can also react to events like, I don't know, on key press or something like that for filtering or similar stuff. So that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So, but going back to our login component, this means that whenever we will want to access those type of information, of course in the login model, so that that our validations make sense, we should have here required user components model data annotations, this is the correct one. And here we also have required. I don't know, do we have any data annotations for password? No, it's indicates that an object test representation is obscured by characters such as an asterisk. Yeah, okay, but I don't know. Let's because we have put the type there that it is the password, so let's just make it required. And in this case, also our validations make sense, one way or the other. So coming once again back to this one. So first of all, what we can do here is, of course, var. How should we do that? So it's var out result. Let's make it out result, and this out result would be equal to repository, and in the repository I just want to I think it's validate credentials async, and of course we have to await that. So validate credentials async, and here what we just need to pass is the login model dot username and login model dot password. So if then we can simply do a validation out result. If out result, so if it is true, basically, because this one returns true or false. Obviously it's a bool, so yeah, it could also return false. So yeah, right now if it returns true, then what we could do here is simply navigation manager. Navigation manager is but no, I guess that's something that we should inject. Let me search that. It's Blazor navigation manager. Okay, ASP.NET Core Blazor routing, and this is where we have this endpoints routing. So this is with the page router. This is for the yeah, how we do this with the page. That's something that I know and that we already did actually. Custom content when content isn't found. Okay, that's something that we do. Route to components from multiple assemblies. Okay, that's how we can yeah, use different assemblies. So that's how we can have components basically, even for instance in, I don't know, maybe other projects like Razor class libraries or something like that. Route params is yeah, how we get parameters from the route. It's also something that I know already. Constraints, that's also something that I'm familiar with, but right now we don't need them. Routing with URLs that contain dots. Okay, that's also something that we don't need right now. Navlink is for the nav bars. But URI navigation and state helpers, I guess that's use navigation manager to work with URIs and navigation in C# code. Provides these event methods shown below. Okay. Navigate to. Client side writing is bypassed. The browser is forced to load a new page from the server. Okay. An event that fires when the navigation location has changed. Converts. Okay. But here, actually, we want to navigate to, because probably what we want to do is also create something like a user context that we'll use basically for handling state or something like that. So yeah, I guess that's maybe navigate to is something that we could use. But what should we inject? We should inject the navigation manager. And navigate to counter. Okay, let's try to do that. let's try to do that. So navigation manager, we just have to inject it. So let's inject it. Inject private navigation manager. So I knew something about the navigation manager, but I missed the part that we need to inject it, and we'll call it just navigation. And here, if we, because we also need to load a whole new layout, and of course we then have to navigate. So navigation dot navigate to, and here actually what we want to do is navigate to the home page actually, and else, so in any other case we would simply use the navigation. But no, actually if it's false, then we won't navigate anywhere, so the user will still see the validation messages or something like that. So the user will know that he or she actually needs to provide credentials once more. So okay, so hello, did you think about other people working on the app? Yeah, I thought about that. Thank you for asking. I know that you also followed some other of my streams. I was just telling about this a little bit earlier. What I do today is actually not the project that I usually do on Wednesdays. It's very similar because it's a spin-off from that project, but this one I have to kind of finish for a demo, I think in 2 weeks. So that's why I basically don't follow any domain-driven design rules anymore in this project right now. But the one that I usually do on Wednesday, that one I'll still continue to do that, and I will still try to follow all the principles of domain-driven design right there. So just please follow me on Wednesdays. And I have also thought about the idea of if there are other people that really want to work on this project, they're really welcome to do that. However, I would really just need to just wait a few more episodes till we cover also other very important stuff like domain events, how do we respond to domain events, and things like that. And afterwards, I guess we can simply just work together on the application, because we have different bounded contexts that we still have to add, like the user management, and so on. So I guess that in, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 weeks, I think that that project that is also already on GitHub will be ready, or will be in the stage that or where we could potentially work together. Because right now, if we would work more on this project, I guess that we will have a lot of conflicts when we want to merge branches and so on, because it's really not that much. But once we have covered all the main concepts of domain-driven design and how I would like to structure and architect that application, then sure, we can work together on it, and that would be actually very cool. And it would actually, I also think, be very cool as a content for the stream, to maybe go through pull requests and issues that we have in repositories and things like that. That would kind of like reflect, well, I would say the real life of a developer. So yeah, we'll get there. We'll surely get there. We just need a little bit more patience. Okay, so coming back here, so if this login is correct, what we would like to do is simply to navigate, and we want to navigate to the home page, which I guess should be just fine. What warnings do I have? JS files, host CS, okay, not found. Okay, line 1. Pages, bootstrap min.js not found. Yeah, I guess I don't know exactly from where that comes from. It says on line 1, add tag helper, Microsoft ASP.NET Core tag helpers. connect web pages. That's actually, yeah, I don't know what these 5 warnings are all about. Right now I really don't really get it. But let's maybe, so right now we have the login service. Right now we have different stuff here. So let's I don't know. But we still need a user. Let's create a very basic user here. So we'll create the user directly in the database. So let's SQL Server Object Explorer. Okay, what do we have here? We have here these users, and let's here click on View Data, and let's try to add some data here. So the ID, for the ID that should be a GeoID. So let's generate one. GeoID generator. Let's generate a GeoID. Okay, let's see. Username. That would be the username. Password. Of course, it's plain text. You will see that. You will see it right now. Now the user type. Okay, what would be the user type here? That's actually user type would be. I'm not sure if I can navigate away from that from this right now, but it would be in the domain. It would be this user type. Where is it? User type. So it would be student, teacher, or staff. I want to be a student. So let's say student. But why do I have it twice? Because it's value. Okay, it's value. Sorry. Yeah, this is, so it's for student, it's value 0 and description student, of course. So once again, it's user type value, which should be 0, and it's user type description, which should be student, name first name, name last name. Let's use my name here, name initials. Faculty ID. I don't have a faculty, and this is also nullable. Department ID is not something that I want. But here I have department name and department description. That's not something that I need. Class ID. That's also not something that is necessary to provide. A phone number. I guess that's. Let's provide this. Email. Mail at. mail.com. But here the email address we of course we have it like this: mail first of all, and email address domain, and the domain will be mail.com. This is how we store the email address in the database. And I guess that this is actually the basic information that we actually need for student. A user type. Why do I have here like that? Okay, I guess right now it should be fine. Okay, so right now I have this user in the database. Let me then check. Okay, I am a little bit. Let's see. Let's go back to my Blazor server application, and yeah, let's. Oh, I still have to change something in the DB context. Because now where is actually my DB context? It's a little bit. Because right now, since I didn't have a front-end project to work with the DB context, I basically put this on configuring and just provided the connection string so that I can perform migrations and update the database and so on. But this right now is not used anymore, so I can simply comment it out. And in that case, I also don't need this this default constructor anymore. because this constructor will be used. And also if I go to the solution here in properties, I will also change the startup project so that single startup project, but that would be this web project, so the Blazor project. Okay, so right now theoretically when I want to perform migrations, it would my Blazor application will be used for migrations and updating the database, and of course when I run the application it will be actually the same. So let me see what will we have here. What will we have here? So that's the page that's starting to load. I'm not sure exactly what to expect here for the home page. Of course, there's no CSS and there's yeah, a lot of things that are missing. But if I go here at login, I should see, yeah, this this login page. But right now I see that I have the problem, probably that the path to the files is not really okay. So bootstrap min.js not found, jQuery min.js not found. What was actually the request made for? So it was localhost www.root.js. Okay. So I really didn't need to add that www. That's a little bit confusing how it was, but yeah, that's not a really big change to do, because right now what people need to do is simply change all this stuff here and simply say that okay, www goes away, and that's basically it. This should go away. This should go away. This should go away, of course, also. And for the JavaScript files, it's exactly the same thing. This should go away. This should go away. Also, this should go away. It's good that we are at the beginning of the application. There is not really a lot of stuff, but we still have to keep this this tilde sign, because otherwise it wouldn't know exactly where to look in. So that should be it for that one. And I think I have here in this login component something, yes, this image that is basically here. The href it should be the base path right now, and yeah, right now we could maybe try again. Right now we could try again. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, hello world. Well, it looks a little bit different, but the spinner looks fine, at least. But unfortunately, it remains with the spinner, I guess. Yeah. So probably I am, but this is a sign that the CSS is working. It's a sign that this is a sign that the JavaScript is also working. But the problem here is, and it should be in the login layout, and it would be this spinner. Div ID spinner and this class spinner. It basically doesn't know when to stop spinning. But let me just look again here. How what did I miss here? What did I miss here? So we have the header, and here we have the spinner, and basically that's the preloader. This is class spinner. it basically only shows the spinner here. Is there in the header something that changes the classes for spinner? Base load t4. Let's do it just a little bit different right now. Let's not make the spinner here as part of this layout for now. Let me just cut it, and let me go to the login component once again, and we'll do something like that. If good thing is this is Razor, so we can use fancy stuff here. So if employee model, I don't know, it's not employee model, it's login model, sorry, equals null, in that case I will just want to put the spinner, else of course the login model will probably not be null here in this case, but when we actually load some data, that would actually spin. Though I have an idea maybe that that we can maybe implement, but let me just run it again, and hopefully I will be able right now to see the content actually. Let's see. Okay, this is the home page, but that's expected. And let's go to login. And actually right now I see the login. Of course, an unhandled exception occurred. See browser tools. Okay, what did happen? So we have failed to load resource. The server responded with 404. Information normalizing Blazor. But what exactly did the server responded with 404? What? It's for the logo. It looked for the logo and it was 404. But this is not really a big problem. And it should be easily changeable. Where is it? It didn't find the logo here. So it is in images, and we have this logo. Why couldn't it find it? And that's the other one. And also this button is not long enough, or yeah, it's okay. It's not that bad, I would say. It just can't find the logo. But let me go to the browser tools network, because I want to check exactly the request that it actually makes. Where does it try to find the logo? So it would be localhost images. Okay, so there is one tilde too much, at least here in this case. So in this case I just can specify simply images, I guess. Let's maybe try again. I still have some error. Let's go to the network, let's clear it. Okay. Still, I think I have to restart it, I guess. Because right now, it shouldn't go to tilde images, it should only go to images. Yeah, let's see. But it starts to look better. It just starts to look a little bit better right now. it takes a while. We still have here an unhandled exception, and here this submit button. And what is this login right now? Yeah, that's of course that these are things that we still have to look into. Let's go to the network, and I just want to check it once again. What type of errors do we still have? So right now there is no error here, and there is also mixed content. But requested insecure images. Okay, that doesn't really bother me right now. I will change that, however. Good. Let's go here just a little bit and just assigning them. Okay, input type secondary and input type submit. It's actually this. I said I'm not very good at this, but I would have expected that this login would I don't know how it should be called. Text, no, or name, content, value. I guess it should be like that. And we don't really need this, or let's keep it, but you know what we'll do? We'll add here an NBSP, and we'll add another NBSP here. And you see, that's exactly why I hate Frontend, because there are a lot of so small things that you have to kind of fix, but I don't even know that I don't think I will put some more effort right now into fixing this kind of stuff. I guess it's just important that the login page at least shows some information. Of course, that doesn't really help me at all. What was the URL? That doesn't really help. I don't recall the URL. So let's just restart the application, I guess. Yeah, just restart it, because we'll also have to check the functionality, and I guess it's much more important right now that we will be able to actually log in. So let's go to log in. We still have the errors. By signing you agree with our terms, that's okay. I really don't know what this error is coming from, but we can eventually see. Now we have the logo, now we have the login. Here it would be username. Here it would be secret password. And what we have an error, system null reference exception. Okay. Meaning equatable two entities are equal only if they are of the same type, and if yeah, there we start to get a lot of errors here in a lot of things. So here we are basically doing an equality check for an entity, and here it says that one of them is actually null. They really don't get which one. So let's put breakpoints. Let's go back to our, let's start with the repository, I guess. Let's start with the repository. So user repository, we have here this login, because I'm here I guess that's the part where it's actually throws the error. So if let me put a breakpoint here, maybe one here. Because I would guess that there is, because we have changed our entities when we do the equality check to check basically for ID, and in that case we basically don't take into consideration this null. So I guess that there might be a problem there. and let's have it login. Oh, sorry, it's the username is this one, and I guess the password should be this one. So yeah, right now we are hitting this method. Right now it is null, but let me just go one step further. And here we see that we actually get the user on colleagues through an exception. That's bad, of course. Then class is null, department is null, email address has a value, faculty is null, friends ID has a value, name has a value, which is correct. That's correct. Password has a value, pending friend request count is 0, phone number has a value. So actually we found that user. So this means that actually here is basically where the problem is, because when we check here if user equals null, yeah, that throws an error. So if we change this, if we change this to, well, it's not an equality check, but it's a type check. Let's try to understand what happens here, and let me also put a breakpoint in the front end. Let me put a breakpoint here, and let's run it again. Well, I'm kind of a little bit excited that we actually get the user. That's actually cool. So yeah, and the error that we had basically right now is actually a very easy one, and easy to trace. So I said cool, but no, it's still login, of course. And then let me check once again with the correct credentials. Okay, and here out result is true. So yeah, in that case it went through. So right now I would expect that I should navigate. Yeah, and I did navigate, so that was kind of cool, I would say. But what I would like to still test is, of course, I will go to login, and right now they actually don't know if I'm logged in or not. So I probably would have to add here something like cookie authentication or things like that to kind of keep track about the user which is authenticated or not. But in this case, I can just I would also just like to try with the wrong password, because right now this out result should be false, and it is, which is kind of cool. And then we returned here. Let's see if I try to log in like that. I don't see the validation message, but yeah, that's probably the password is required. Oh, it is. I have the validation message. That's kind of cool, I guess. So if I try to log in, it's actually doesn't even fire because it has a validation problem. So yeah, in this case I say secret password again and log in. Of course, this time it should be true, and I must confess I'm actually fairly excited about it. So I would have expected a lot more things to fail when we go here for the first time. So I'm really happy with the place we are in right now. So basically what the next steps would be, I guess, before we can even proceed further, is to add kind of like some type of authentication, probably cookie-based authentication. I'm not sure. I still have to check if that cookie-based authentication will work with Blazor, but I guess it could be. It could work. I don't know why it shouldn't work, because in that case, what we would do here is probably we would also be able to inject an HTTP context here, maybe, or something like that. Yeah, somebody's asking if we have Blazor here. Yeah, we have Blazor here. It's a server-side Blazor, and it's actually kind of cool. I just created a new layout for my login page, because the login page should use a different layout, not the default one. And yeah, that's some very basic functionality that we have implemented, but I'm really happy that that it kind of works, and not because of Blazor, because that was the easy part, but because all the part behind that we have in our domain and so on. Yeah, but coming back to this idea, the plan is to check exactly how we could maybe get a user context or an authentication context. I'm sure that this should be possible in Blazor. And right here, if auth result is true, then before we navigate, we would maybe set something like that, like signing the user in, set a cookie so that when the user gets redirected to the home page, that it basically will be able to see that homepage, which would actually be the user's newsfeed, I guess. And then again, when the user tries to access the homepage, but it is not authenticated, it should be redirected to the login page. So that's the next steps. But I'm already 5 hours of streaming right now, so I guess for today I'll call it a day. And most probably I'll continue to work on this application tomorrow afternoon, CET, around, I don't know, 5 p.m. CET, 6 p.m. CET, something like that. Because as said, I have to finish it in 1 week or 2 weeks max. So I'll each time I will work on this application, I will also stream. If you go to Twitch, you can see my schedule there. So what you see on Twitch and in that schedule, Mondays and Wednesdays, that's per schedule, and those days I always stream that specific content that is mentioned there. When I work on this application, for instance, it's not something scheduled, so please make sure that you subscribe on YouTube, or that you follow me on Twitch, so that you will be updated or informed each time I go online. So yeah, I guess that was a very long journey today, but thank you really very much for joining me. It was a pleasure having you here, and I hope I'll get to see you back also tomorrow when we'll continue to work on this application.